reveal a new old version of WoW.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And Brian, I gotta ask, because you've been playing WoW Classic for a little bit now. What is it? So I know that WoW Classic is great because I played it and it gave me nostalgia for when I played it in 2004 and 5 and all that stuff. But it hooked you and you kept playing. Is there a reason beyond nostalgia for WoW Classic?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it I think is
Approaching
nostalgia
Stargate.
for the old days, but like the original WoW's just a really good RPG too, and it is just much slower paced, and a lot of it is about leveling the journey rather than the end game, because there's not a ton of end game in WoW Classic, so it's just kind of a throwback RPG.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And I think people who like that style of game, as opposed to just very fast paced with retail and there's a million things to do and you're kind of flooded with just options, and you get just epics almost immediately. I think there's a hunger for that slower pace and just to kind of explore more, like what if we add some dungeons in this style, again very similar to old school RuneScape. Given how well Classic did, I think it just makes sense. I'm surprised, honestly, that they don't just hire the Turtle WoW developers. Like, hey, just do what you were doing, but do it for us.
They might be. Well, we don't actually know that. They may actually be doing that. This whole trend. It's really interesting. Of these older games that are live service. These are live service games, by the way, and everybody talks about how they hate live service games
Autopilot
and
jumping.
they hate remakes and reboots. They want original IP. This is exactly the opposite of that. It is an IP that everybody knows, and it is a live service game, and people play the shit out of it. And it's just like old school RuneScape. So it's really interesting to me that a lot of players, like, people, I'll see people in our comments and all over the gaming, universe, here on YouTube and on Twitch and stuff, that complain about all those things, and then they play it. So it's so interesting, and I mean, you really can't debate with the fact that old school RuneScape is a great video game. WoW Classic is a great video game, and so
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Three, two, one.
So it makes sense that we want to keep these things going, and so I'm fine with this sort of thing. But I love to see the push and pull of the commenters being like, "I want something original," and also I'm tired of live service, and all they do is give Blizzard their money every month. So I don't know.
I think too, it's because WoW was one of the first, so maybe it's grandfathered in. We look at it as well. It's old school. You know, it's not like, you know, I don't know, some of these newer things that just feel like cash grab. But yeah, it is very much. You pay your $15 a month. You do get classic and retail, so you get them both. It's kind of a bonus. So, you know, but I think there's and in this age where there's so many games and the audience is so fragmented. There's a sizable chunk that just wants to play WoW Classic, and maybe that wouldn't have mattered 10, 15 years ago, but I think in 2026, if there's enough of a core fan group that loves that, like, why not? Like, just give them more of it.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. There's a huge fan base for this, and it continues to sort of explode across Twitch and YouTube, and I'm watching lots of creators like SFan play, and I mean, it's fun. It's a fun game to play, and I do, you know, again, even though it's a $15 a month thing, I do appreciate at least that. I don't know if they're making you pay for DLCs and other currencies and microtransactions. Are they doing that to you, Brian?
No, there's not in Classic. There's none of that. So it's very kind of simple. It's very streamlined, and I think that's kind of refreshing. I mean, for me, it's very much like there's not a lot of currencies and.
Approaching Stargate.
I don't care that you hate Trump. Why should you care that I like him?
You just watched a clip from a Fox News segment where they talk about how politics has destroyed friendships across the country, and they focus on a poll which shows that 2/3 of Democrats are actually more likely to end friendships over politics compared to 27% of Republicans. And they go on to share some clips from leftists to give their audience a sense of the perception that we have of them. And here's one of the clips that they decided to share.
There's a solid 32% of the public that's out there that are mental, bro. They are deranged. They are demented. They have lost their minds. And they actively want pain and hurt and devastation.
Hey, that guy looks familiar. So Kyle was cooking in that video, obviously. he always cooks in all of his videos. But I will say they did do him dirty because they labeled him a liberal, and he is not a liberal. He is a leftist. There is, believe it or not, a difference between a leftist and a liberal. But putting that aside, Kyle's clip encapsulates our true feelings about American conservatives. I agree with every single thing that he said, and Greg Gutfeld, to his credit, seemingly does try to respond in earnest to our concerns, because he goes on to suggest that he's also lost friendships himself due to his fascist politics. So I think he tries to actually steelman our position in order to prove to us that conservatives aren't the demons that we think they are. And it's really just one big misunderstanding. We only think they're demons because we misunderstand them. And to me, this kind of felt like weirdly personal from Greg Gutfeld, because usually he doesn't speak this way. He usually takes things not so seriously, but it really felt like he was making a pitch to his neighbor or former friend to get them back. I don't know. But I'm assuming the fascists who saw this segment actually thought he was making a compelling case, because more of them started to open up about how they've also lost friends because of their fascist politics. And we're going to look at the right-wing pity party that ensued after this segment aired. But I'm here to burst their bubble and let Greg Gutfeld and other conservatives know that he did not make a compelling argument. And I'm going to break it down bit by bit and explain why that is the case. So first and foremost, he argues that our perception of conservatives is wrong.
They apply moral value to political preference. And that would make sense if your political party praised Hitler or protected murderers and sex fiends. But the mistake is, it's not the Republicans.
I beg your pardon? You just described Republicans to a T, Greg. And this feigned ignorance is part of the problem. You refuse to acknowledge basic reality. How can we be friends with people who live in a different plane of existence than we do? Trump's regime is refusing to release the full, unredacted Epstein files in defiance of federal law, mind you. Marjorie Taylor Greene claims that Trump actually told her the Epstein files can't be released because it would hurt his friends. But that's only partially true, because Trump himself is cited in the Epstein files tens of thousands of times. He has been accused of raping girls as young as 13 years old. So attempting to stonewall the release of information about the largest sex trafficking ring in human history means that they are indeed protecting sex fiends, because they literally are doing that in front of our eyes. As for protecting murderers, I think that that is a really charitable way to frame it, because they're not just doing that thing that you said they're not doing. They're committing murder themselves. The Trump regime is shielding the ICE Nazis who murdered Alex Preddy and Renee Good from any accountability whatsoever. On top of that, the Trump regime dropped a bomb on a school in Iran that killed more than 100 little girls. It's like 160, 170. And we've barely even scratched the surface. He's guilty of war crimes, as well as multiple genocides and ecocide. Like, the list goes on and on and on, but you get the point. And when this is all said and done, he will be remembered for near Hitlerian levels of death and destruction. And through all of this, through everything that he's done, you still support him, thus confirming that you are, in fact, amoral. But I actually think that that's too charitable as well, because most of you are proudly immoral and downright fucking sadistic. And you know you are. You know that I'm not being uncharitable. You know that you're sadistic. And with regard to Hitler, Donald Trump has an undeniably Hitlerian flavor to his politics, which isn't surprising, seeing as how he reportedly read Mein Kampf himself. He quoted Hitler multiple times. Like, do you think that he came up with vermin or immigrants are poisoning the blood of the nation on his own? Those aren't things that politicians usually say. His own vice president once speculated about whether or not he'd become America's Hitler. There's a reason why out and proud Nazis identify with the Republican Party. They're not running as Democrats, they're running as Republicans. There's a reason why leaked group chats from conservatives expose them as Hitler-loving Nazis. It's because the Republican Party is an explicitly fascist movement at this point, and Greg Gutfeld's inability to acknowledge this fact is why nobody wants to be friends with him, because you refuse to acknowledge reality. And I love how he says that we apply moral value to political preference as if that's a bad thing. Yes, I do apply moral value to political preference. Politics is fundamentally about the distribution of resources, and if you think that the lion's share of capital should go to people at the tippy top of the social and economic
As I'm sure most of you guys have heard by now, New World is unfortunately shutting down. Amazon have let go of almost all of the developers, and the plan is to take the game offline on all platforms, so shut the servers down on the 31st of January 2027. Even right now, the game is no longer purchasable, so if you go to Steam, the Xbox Store, PlayStation Store, you can't buy a copy of the game, and as a result, the player base for the game is dwindling quite drastically. You know, there's only a few hundred players online at peak hours, and whilst I have tried to log in and play a few times myself, because I do love the game, you know, I put thousands of hours in, it doesn't quite feel the same. You know, it's like living in a house that you know is going to be bulldozed or exploded. Like, you have fond memories of being there. There's also a bit of a pressure to go find somewhere else to live, you know, find another game to enjoy. Now, a lot of you guys asked me for updates on whether anything's been happening with the game. The answer is yes, there's a couple things, but neither of them are really something to get too excited about. But I thought there was enough information that's happened since the announcement and now that I wanted to give you guys an update video. I also wanted to briefly talk about some other games that are similar to New World, that are playable right now, and then games that are going to be coming out in the future as well. So whether you're interested in news specifically with New World, the purchase or potential purchase, private servers, and then also alternative games, you can scrub along in the timestamps of the video and check out that information there. One way which we could potentially see New World being saved is if the game was purchased by another developer or publisher. There have been examples of this working in the past with other games. Most recently, I think Hytale comes to mind. Riot cancelled it. It was picked up by Hypixel, and then the game went on to be, to my understanding, a relative success. Which is why when we got this tweet from Alistair McFarlane, there was a bit of optimism or excitement that something could be happening here. So in response to Amazon announcing that they're going to be taking the servers offline, we got the tweet that said 25 million final offer Amazon Games. And the individual it comes from, he is the chief operating officer of Facepunch Studios, who are best known for Rust. It's a first-person shooting, crafting, base raiding, PvP survival game. And at the time, that generated quite a lot of hype. I mean, it seemed like it could be a genuine thing. 25 million is not a tiny chunk of change, although compared to Amazon, it's probably like pennies. But unfortunately, it did turn out that this was just a joke. We have this GameSpot article, which I'll link in the description down below, where I guess they talked to him and he said, I was just joking about that. Weirdly enough, though, we did get another tweet from him 2 weeks later saying that he was signing a mutual non-disclosure agreement with an unnamed company. Later on goes to call them Unnamed Company Games. Seems very likely it's Amazon Games. He further says that this just means any discussions going forward stay private, which is standard and expected, nothing more than that. No deals, no announcements, just conversations. Keep hope, but have low expectations. This was over 3 to 4 months ago now. We haven't heard anything since. Now, it could just be that proceedings are going very slowly and they're trying to hash out a deal, but my expectation is that it's gonna amount to nothing because of the difficult and bespoke nature of New World. There was an AMA held with one of the developers or former developers of New World. The name of this guy is David McKenzie. He's the former New World lead designer. This is from 2 months ago. Again, we'll have a link to this in the description down below. Somebody went on to ask him, how likely is it that we'll see this game being purchased? The exact question was, what are the odds New World gets bought by another studio and continues on? And he said, I hope for the best because New World has the most exciting project I've worked on. I would happily go back. Selling New World would require clawing back most of the devs who worked on it, which I'm guessing that ship has sailed. I do have my doubts as to New World getting purchased by another developer, as New World's engine requires a very specific set of hands to operate. The problem with New World is it's not made on the Unreal Engine or Unity or anything pretty common. It's a very custom and bespoke engine. Originally, I think it was the Cry engine, which was modified into the Lumberyard engine, and then the Lumberyard engine was modified into the engine, which is, again, very, very unique and custom to New World, and basically only a small number of people in the world know what they're doing with that engine. So obviously it's possible to train people, but finding those, bringing them in, getting everything set up, getting the licensing agreements over, I imagine it's going to be a lot of work for Amazon. It's got to be a lot of work for the person who buys the game. And as a result, it's going to, they won't want to spend too much money. Amazon won't want to give away it for too cheap. And then finding a compromise in the middle seems like, to me, that it couldn't happen. But nonetheless, I thought it was worth covering the news. It might still be that we see something coming from Alistair or even another developer or publisher in the future, but I would say that the chances of this happening are very slim. One thing that I did want to mention, though, is the game is actually still getting updates right now. It does have a very small dev team on it, and they are actually doing some stuff with the game. Not a lot,
Warp drive
but
active.
it's like mainly quality of life stuff. Outpost rush being reduced to an 8v8, so the queue can pop quicker. Getting more gear sets, which is actually huge quality of life. I think recently they increased the amount of housing slots you can have from 3 to 5, so you can have 5 houses. Increasing the amount of resources you can earn. So yeah, there is a dev team. They are still doing something with the game, basically because they're being paid to do that. That's their job, to maintain the game. And
Approaching station.
they'll be doing that up until the 31st of January 2027. So it's not as if the game is completely empty, but
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
But again, they would have to take on a lot. They'd have to hire on a lot more people to get the game up to speed and get it back to the rate at which content was coming out in the past. Outside of the purchase or acquisition of New World from another company, one likely way we'll see it continue, and this happens with a lot of abandoned MMOs, is through the form of a private server. And the good news is there's already something happening, or at least seems to be happening in that regard with this Eternum Legacy project. Now I'll put a link to this Discord in the description down below. For full disclosure, I'm in no way affiliated with these guys. I don't know whether it's like 100% legit or even legal, but the way that they describe it is you will need to own a copy of the game. So they have an FAQ here. They say, what is Eternum Legacy? It's a server emulator for New World. The official client connects to a community-run backend instead of Amazon's, so the game stays playable after the official shutdown. You will need to own a copy. I'm assuming this is only going to be for PC, probably doesn't work for console. Is it legal? The project follows the same legal model as Trinity Core and Azeroth Core for World of Warcraft, which I'm not personally familiar with, but those have operated for over 15 years. The player owns a legitimate copy. The community only provides the missing server-side components. There's no monetization of game access, so you won't need to pay for it. However, how they're gonna like do this whole thing, because New World, to my understanding, is not an easy game to develop and maintain and manage. I mean, it took Amazon millions of dollars, I'm sure, to get the game where it was right now. But they do say that it's not supposed to just be like a temporary private server. They want to like continue developing the game. Whether this is actually a real thing or just some elaborate ruse, we'll have to see. I would be incredibly cautious of like spending any money up front. They have said that there is going to be a alpha for this in July or August, which I'll definitely be checking out. They're also providing some updates on terms of what they're doing so far, how they're at in the stages of development, and where they're getting to. So if you guys are, I don't know, technically savvy, if you understand what the heck all this text on the screen means here, I'll put a link in the description down below. Might have already said that. But yeah, Eternum Legacy, it's a real thing. It looks like they're making some progress in terms of unpacking game models. Again, whether this is gonna get shut down, whether this is 100% legit, whether it's something they can even pull off, I really am nowhere near qualified or knowledgeable enough to know. But I do think this is probably the most likely way that we'll see New World live on in some form of private server, as opposed to being officially continued by any by Amazon or any other, like, you know, publisher or entity, stuff like that. Now, the third possible scenario with New World, and the most depressing, is that the game doesn't get purchased or acquired, a private server is not set up, and instead the game just simply ceases to exist. The 31st of January rolls around, 2027, and the game is gone. In that situation, what else can we play? You guys might already be in that situation like me, where you kind of want to keep playing the game, but it just feels a bit hollow knowing what's going to happen. What are the games out there maybe feel or play a bit like New World? And that's where I've spent like the past 6 months trying out a lot of different games, and I have some answers. The first one, and I think the most promising, is a game that's not playable yet, but we did have a beta for it. It's called Chrono Odyssey. It's in some ways it's like Korean New World. It's being developed in South Korea by a studio called NPixel, and it's supposed to come out in Q1 of 2027. It is action combat, third person, open world, MMORPG. They say it's not going to be pay to win, and from my experience playing in the beta, it does definitely give me New World vibes. Unfortunately, one of the big problems we have with this game is when you look at the gameplay right now, you can be like, wow, this looks awesome, Baggins. Why are we not just like all on the Chrono Odyssey hype train? And unfortunately, what we're seeing now, and then what we got to play in the beta last year, they don't quite line up. This is some footage that I recorded from myself playing. I played for it pretty extensively. It was only available for a few days, but this is me playing I think it was an open beta or closed beta for Chrono Odyssey. We do have a few videos in this game if you want to check them out. I'll put a link up in the top right and also in the description down below. But yeah, the UI elements, the crafting and gathering, very reminiscent of New World. It was truly action combat, but as you can see, the graphics they did not look good. The saturation or the brightness in the game, very, very washed out. However, the good news is Chrono Odyssey is supposed to have another beta sometime this year. We will get another chance to play the game. Also, I forgot to mention this, it is going to be on PlayStation and Xbox, I believe with cross-platform as well. The full monetization of the game, we don't know, but again, the devs have said it would be no pay to win. It is action combat. It's probably the closest thing I've felt in terms of like New World vibes with the third person, a little bit more of a dark fantasy to some extent. Whilst the gameplay was very scuffed, I'm still hoping, or this for me seems like it's going to be our best option, or the savior if you're, in the world where New World isn't playable anymore. If Chrono Odyssey looks like a game you guys would be interested in, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It is definitely a game that I'm interested in, and we will have a lot of videos with news, builds, guides, information on the game as it becomes available. However, in the interim, you guys might be asking, well, Baggins, that's great, recommending a game that's not even playable for at least another 6 months. What can I play right now that maybe feels a bit New Worldy? And that's where I would suggest 2 games. The first one is Elder Scrolls Online. Some of you guys have probably already heard of this. In fact, I think a lot of New World player base actually played Elder Scrolls Online initially. But I've only recently discovered this game in 2026, and it's been a lot of fun. It does have some New World vibes to it. We have a block, we have a light attack, we have heavy attacks, we can dodge, we can weapon swap if we bring in the UI here. Weapons aren't tied to classes. It does have that sort of fantasy setting with a crafting and gathering and a shared open world that you can, well, I say open world to some degree. You do need to sort of move between borders actually. But nonetheless, the game, in my opinion, in the list of like Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, Black Desert, this feels more like New World than most of the other MMOs I've played. Still pretty far removed. I think the biggest problem people have with the game is the combat. A lot of people say the combat feels kind of floaty. It doesn't really feel too connected. And I've got to agree, compared to New World, the combat is not one-to-one, but it's still, in a list of games, I would say this feels closer to New World than the other options that I've played. It is buy to play though. You can't try for free unless you have PlayStation Plus, kind of like it was with New World. But big news for this game, they have update 50 coming in June, which I think is going to be a great time to jump into the game because they're adding a new difficulty setting so you can level up in a higher difficulty. They're also redoing the combat. Well, I say redoing, it's more of a polishing of the combat. They're updating animations. So the Dragon Knight and the two-handed weapon recently got those changes, but they're going to be doing more classes and weapons over time. And most importantly, I think a really big piece of information is crossplay is finally being added to this game. Sadly, it won't be this year. It's not until 2027, but PS5, Xbox, and PC will eventually be able to all play on the same servers, which I think is huge. That was a big thing with New World, and that's kind of a rarity when it comes to these MMORPGs. A game that's available on all platforms with crossplay is pretty uncommon. I think Final Fantasy is the only one that allows it. Black Desert is on different consoles, but they don't all play together. So yeah, Elder Scrolls is going to be one of the very few outside of New World that does offer that option. One of the wildcard game I wanted to include in this video is Forever. It's only just come out at time of recording. It's been in early access for a few days. Been having a lot of server issues, and obviously the art style graphics is very much of a choice. You know, it's kind of like a Nintendo looking game, but the combat and the overall feeling of the game is really good. I do enjoy the game a lot. It features class system, so you have rogue, warrior, mage, priest at the start. You can choose different weapons to equip, so you've got 2 weapons. It is a shared open world with other players, so you will see other people around. However, it is layered in terms of, I think there's only like 20 to 30 players in a layer right now, so you're not going to see tons of other players in the open world, but there is ore that you can mine, there are plants you can harvest, there is a crafting and gathering system. But the game is definitely in early access. The servers have been having a lot of issues, and there's a lot of content that they still plan to add to the game that's not in right now, especially including PvP. If you were somebody who likes to play these games for PvP, none of that in the game right now, but they do plan to add it. I think over time with Forever, as they add in stuff like guilds and the trading post and the friends list and the PvP region and PvP battlegrounds, Forever, in my opinion, will be a pretty solid game. No word as to whether this is going to be on console, so that's another one to bear in mind. And there is obviously the big question of whether you can, you know, the art style and the graphics are a deal breaker for you. I've seen a lot of people saying it looks like a children's game or it looks like a mobile game. In my opinion, like I say, I do genuinely enjoy the game. I think it's very well made. But there's no moving past it. The graphics and the art style are very different from what you would have in New World, and Chrono Odyssey, as a result, is the complete opposite end of the spectrum. But I wanted to include it as, if nothing else, an honorable mention. Now, there are a ton of other games we could talk about, like The Quinfall, Guild Wars 2, even Bella Torres, which is another upcoming action combat MMORPG with maybe some New World vibes. But I thought, if we went on and talked about every game that could be a little bit New World, this would be a pretty long video. So I thought I'd just throw a couple of like current options in there, the best option in terms of what's coming out in the future, and then leave it to you guys with the comments. What have you guys been playing? If you're
Ugh, thank God. I figured if I talked myself hoarse on the comms, the cavalry would come. I was expecting some Freestar militia, but... You are a sight for sore eyes. Before spacers broke into the outpost, Torres ain't bad as far... So, and this... No arguments here. So first things first. The makeshift... They set up on the ground floor. The whole place is on lock. Talk to, here's hoping it... Be safe, people.
Tracking. Saving. Conversation log.
Corporal Azama. And meet the... Mahoney's a machine. What the heck are you got?
Yes. We, seek to... No.
Listen, we can't waste time. I'm not sure how long.
Last I saw Torres...
Take this key. Get to Torres.
Time to die.
I advise a hasty retreat. It will save your life.
Recommending
Activity
increase
detected
in
at close
accuracy.
range.
Now we're in business.
Like I said, someone's been taking out the spacers.
I don't believe it. These damn spacers. Too many of them.
We've lost so many people. Are they all gone?
Thanks to the stranger, every last one of them is down. How many more are there? Wait, you're serious?
We have to help Captain Myung.
But she's not.
She came in to save. She's...
But Lieutenant...
Sergeant.
We got a security override key. We all work together.
There are soldiers that need her. Done.
Here's the security key.
Not survive.
Glad to know us Marines aren't the only ones crashing this party. I didn't think I'd see you again, Torres.
So glad you militia rats finally showed up. Could have used you before Dalton barked.
Stand down, Private. What matters is they're here now. And who the hell do we have here? Another scientist?
No. They would still be pinned down.
Well, I'll do.
Warp drive active.
somebody who was playing New World and have stopped playing, what are you filling the gap with right now? What are you looking forward to if you're still playing New World? What do you hope for the most? Is it the private server? Is it the acquisition of New World? Is there a game that you're planning to hop to in the future, maybe when the server's fully shut down? Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what you guys have to say. I, on stream, pretty much every day have been checking out a ton of different games, so if you want to see what's going on right now, what's the next game in terms of something that looks or feels hopefully a bit New World-ish, you can find a link to the Twitch channel in the description down below. But yeah, that is the update on New World, guys. Whether the private server happens, whether the sale happens, whether Chrono Odyssey gets cancelled, or we find a game that, you know, is even closer to New World, if you subscribe, you'll see that video when it comes out. But with that being said, hope you guys enjoyed this one. Leave a like if you did, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Captain, greetings. I will await your next order here.
Huh. You don't got the look of a Marine. Huh. Boy, Captain Myung.
Veteran of the colony.
You've saved lives.
Captain.
You lot may be free. I wasn't about to let... You've got spirit. We've bought us. The bastards are just... That means they can... Give me a few years and...
I have a more immediate... If we don't...
Damn it. But we need every...
Mahoney said that... If you could... They went dark not too long ago. Just go quickly and safely. Has to be safe. Just go.
command to a drone requires you to have an active target. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
There were too damn many of them. You saved us.
Tell Taurus, thank you. Thank you.
Corporal Mahoney's radioed you were coming, but I could hear alright. Torres did that. Mahoney said for us to go to grounds. There's a cave nearby, we're going... Don't worry, I'll...
It's the botanies. Why? Why would the spacers...
This situation is getting out of control.
These spacers are terrible.
Auxiliary. Saving conversation log.
We'll be safe now. Get back to the lieutenant.
Tell Taurus, thank you. Thank you.
Beginning slacking confirmed. Encrypting Delta data drives.
There were too damn...
Enemy fled.
There
Cowardice.
is no enemy nearby.
We'll be safe now. Get back to the lieutenant.
I'm just a botanist. Why? Why would the spacers...
We
Auxiliary.
may encounter
Requesting
alien life
further
forms
study
in
of
this
other
region.
organisms.
Please, be polite.
Mahoney said the research camp is all clear.
Most likely decomposing and so. Good on you both. Our job is to protect this. There ain't much room for honor in this damn business, so we have.
Captain, you should bring up.
The Spacers haven't attacked yet. We cannot let them keep reinforcing. So we need to take out their ships. Ain't that the truth?
I concur with the captain.
The Spacers have 2 fighter groups. So launch that fancy ship of yours and get to work.
Now, pick 'em clean for all we care. So, keep that pretty...
Ready for touchdown.
hope Cora doesn't get too much underfoot.
I hope you're having a good day. Is there a way to go faster than the speed? Sure. Thanks so much. See you later.
Yes, you need me?
Let me guess. Galaxy's too big to be stuck in the same place.
What is it?
Hi.
Detected. Recommending search and destroy.
assist you in combat. Unnecessary risks.
The scientists here are good people.
It was my honor to fight alongside
Every
you.
one of them that died is a loss for all of us. So many people.
That's the price of command, Torres. Every decision leads to blood. You can drive yourself crazy with counterfactuals. Focus on the good you did. We did, here. Well said.
Voltaire's safe.
Now wouldn't that be the damnedest thing? You'd save me a call. Might be you want your... Looks like we have ourselves an...
A medal isn't something I can provide on my own. And Captain, But I will never forget you.
You're young and you've got a future ahead of you. A bit of advice. I've been passed up for promotion more times than I... There's a million... It may hurt your career. Hunkering down in the mud for years gives you all us ground pound.
I sincerely hope I never see you across the lines on the...
If you do, Lieutenant, I will do my duty.
Not if I do mine.
Warp drive active.
So, I hear you've been making yourself pretty useful around the ship, Cora.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain as I am for you.
Well, you're doing a great job, Stringbean. I'm proud of you. What do you say we get you a new outfit next time we're planetside?
It still fits, Dad. And I love it. Now,
Warp drive active.
We have a clean dock, right on the money.
It's good to be out and about. Lives get stuffy sometimes.
I don't know about you, but a fella could do a lot worse in Constellation.
Warp drive active.
fucking hard, Captain.
Stay alert. Weapons at the ready.
Remain. You're human. It's just that we weren't.
Perhaps we...
Of course, Matt. This is the. And this is Dr. Mabuti.
A pleasure to meet you.
I don't know all the It was built long. It's sturdy. I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a. Our ship is finally. Communication. Perhaps you'd be willing to. Ah, your question. It would seem that would explain. I can only imagine. Oh yes. Now then. Dr. DaCosta, you may return to your quarters if you wish.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be...
I will follow you to the bridge, ma'am.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside.
I do not believe we have need to fear our guest, but I'll allow it if you insist. Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, researched a number of scientific scenarios. Climate change, asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic.
We've got strict rules around here.
Each scenario showed the likelihood of an extinction event to be within 50 years. He fully believed Earth was destined to be rendered uninhabitable. We've always assumed that's what happened. So, he gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for this planet here. We were told that it was the largest, most advanced ship ever constructed on Earth at the time. Just if you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on the ship. It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I've never seen.
Hey,
Thief! Stop! In the name of the law!
If you can believe, entire
Stay out of
generations
trouble.
have been born, lived, and
Warp
died
drive
on the ship.
active.
It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
careful waving that fancy gun around. You don't need to see.
So, here we are. Let's talk. Now that you're here, I can finally... Well, as I meant. But since you're our... We know there's a settlement. You see, we'd like you to go... Excellent. So, speak... Report back to me. We thought about it. Sure, that will be difficult if someone else... I'm serious, but as you...
I maintain order around here, and I aim to continue that.
adventure? Any...
Landing struts primed. Retros fire.
I must confess, the hum of a grab drive makes
Is something amiss?
Hey, good to see you.
What did you need?
We try to stay out of our guests' way, but we're always here if needed.
Welcome to Parody. Do you have a... Neither. And I dare...
Warp drive active.
Something I can help you with? Ah, yes. Under normal circuit. As such...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Great. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Parima space. It is now locked in orbit. So far. I see. All formal decisions.
Don't worry about us. We're just here to keep the peace. Paradiso security is only here for your safety. Pretend like you didn't hear. Enjoy your stay, knowing you're in our capable hands.
Hope you're having a pleasant day. Hello, welcome to Let me know if I can answer. Unfortunately, the Paradiso Group owns all land on Parima too, so... But, and you didn't hear this from me? Ah, this is your first time here. People from all over come here to bask in the... For that, you'll want to head inside, go to the main desk, and speak with Dirk. He'll be more than happy to guide you through the check-in process. If you have business with Oliver, you'll first need to speak with... You'll find them if you take the elevator up to... Always feel free to ask if you have more questions.
Every day's nice around here.
Welcome to Paradiso Gift Shop and Convenience. Feel free to look around, but don't break anything. And before you ask... Looking for... No. Ugh. Why would I? My uncle would. Okay. Thanks for shopping.
Another lost belonging notification in the system. Oh dear, a guest. Dreadfully sorry you had to hear my complaint. How unprofessional of me. Hello, welcome to Paradiso. Dirk Huddleston at your service. Oh, no, nonsense. Just a small scheduling issue. Some of our guests have misplaced their belongings, and I am responsible for finding and just one of the many, sir. Very well. Oh, no, you're on vacation. I wouldn't dream. But if you want to take a look at the list in the system and you happen to... For one, our hotel rooms are quite... You'll find our beach relaxing, and we have several top-notch shops. Of course, we also have the galaxy's only gourmet chunks. And if you're feeling adventurous, One of our deluxe suites just opened up. And what is your desire? Wonderful. This should be a week.
Oh, this is even better than in the brochure.
Your safety is our number one priority.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
You'd think we'd be a prime target for pirates. But they don't.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
Excuse me,
active.
You can't just waltz in. I really don't, and I can't have... Oh, you're the one they're waiting for. People were... But then... And we've been very... Sure.
It may be paradise, but that doesn't mean we don't run into trouble from time to time.
I just feel that we
You're
should
lucky
be
I'm not like
focusing
the other
on the
board
natural
members,
beauty of
lazing
this
about the
planet.
beaches without a
Not
care
on
of the
Approaching
universe.
Stargate.
No, of course not. The others spend it. Doesn't bother me though. I am. But given this, you like that? Ah, we're big.
Well, that's...
Shame we can't. Now, tell me.
They could stay here.
We could even lend...
Sounds costly. Someone else.
Oh, I swear this. It's not our responsibility. We're being more than a custom grave.
Autopilot jumping.
We own this planet. They don't. Era Paradiso. Imagine the landscaping. No.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Not that. And which proposal? Ah, good on you. He's the best in the business. If anyone can retrofit a 200-year-old ship with a modern grav drive, it'd be him. We'll coordinate our engineering team with his when you return, though you may have to help the... Right. On behalf of the Paradiso Group, we appreciate your help.
There are millions of planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck.
Approaching Stargate.
I don't want to risk us coming off as just another artificial, shady, trash-filled dump like
Have a great day. Hope you're staying safe out there.
Autopilot jumping.
Please remember that it is unwise to eat any alien flora unless you are certain of its identity.
You're coming with us. I don't want to hear any complaints.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay. Hello.
Keep an eye on your valuables.
Warp drive active.
Work. O2 needs enough capacity for the whole ship.
could save valuable weight. Sure. Oh, Oliver sent a courier, so grab that. Part's not cheap, though. It's pretty... True. Maybe it is. Tell you what. You're darn right it is. I recommend we'll send the part. Pleasure working with you.
We'd be dust, except for the factory.
Off-worlders. Nothing good ever comes from it.
We might hit a new record in sales this month.
Just keep it holstered. We'll get along fine.
I need a faster
How can I direct you?
That's very generous, Mr. Hope.
It's well earned, Burkett. We set some ambitious quotas. You met every...
Well, I won't pretend it was easy, but everyone pulled together and we got it done.
I'll let you share the good news. Whenever and however you like.
Thanks. I appreciate it. You missed the tour? Yeah. Listen. You do. Well, so here. This here is a. But you'll appreciate. If you want to ask questions. Polvo was just. Let's build just a ship that. Ron hopes like. Polvo was just. Let's build sturdy. Just a ship. Ron hopes like. Every rivet. If you've got a hope. Sure, it was a pleasure and all that bullshit to talk with you.
Something more you need, Deputy? Good to see you. Well, I've just received. He said, I trust. Did you now? No. Oh, that's one thing. Two-faced. Oh, I suppose. I mean...
What's going on?
Nothing that concerns you, Burke.
I think I'd like to hear.
Allow me to... The truth is, a few years ago, we developed. I was prepared to... Turns out... We donated the fur, and when the time, the reduction in... I never intended, unfortunately.
I can't believe... How could you do something...
Not another word out of you, Will. I give you my word that I'll call. You're right. I'll set up a fund. You're right, yeah? Well, with that resolved, as a member of the... And of course, we'll Did I not make... And with that job, I'll be... Well, let's not be too hasty. I'll do what's necessary. If you do really. Justice. Sometimes I'll make mine. I won't let you, if that means I'm important.
You're not actually threatened.
You just threatened a member of the Council of Governors. On my authority. Guards!
Beginning combat protocol. No hostiles detected. It will be impossible to vacate this area.
If you get the credits, we got what you need.
The next CEO of Hope Tech's got big boots to fill.
Compiling list of conversation. Over.
must confess, the hum of a grav drive makes me feel alive.
Hey, Dad? Will you read to me tonight before bed?
Read to you? Sure. I'd like that very much. You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
Have my attention.
And will you do funny voices for the characters? Like you used to when I was little?
You just try and stop me.
What is it? Yes. Did you need something?
Jump down. Take that, Dad.
What did you need? Yes, you need me?
Nice clean dot there.
Warp drive active.
I wonder what else is out there. I can't tell you how many times I've had to make do. I have a million How did you do? Oh, maybe we can talk. Oh, I haven't even. And I'm.
Docking permission requested. Docking
Yes, of
request
course.
accepted.
What grab drive? I've just received. Great. First thing I then last. Got it? Wow. I've heard about you, but here you are.
There's so much more to learn about now.
People always appreciate a good engineer, whether they know it or not.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Looks like everything is good to go, both your end and mine.
Approaching Stargate.
Never seen a ship like yours before.
No matter the outcome, I won't let my crew down. Well, well, it would appear the engineers even upgraded our communication. Thank you again. Payment. Still,
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
hey there. Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Be careful. Some of the crew are not happy with your
Now that we know there are other people out there,
right off this ship.
we need to be more prepared for trouble than ever.
Approaching Stargate.
Just stay out of trouble.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Now that we know there are other people out there.
Autopilot jumping.
Your ship smells so much better than Dad's? Like, a lot.
I hope Cora doesn't get too much on her foot.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What's happening, darling?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Today we're going to be
Approaching
talking
station.
again about the Rebel Wilson legal drama because, wow, do I have some more information that is absolutely wild, and I couldn't believe that I got some of the information. I even got to listen to some Zoom calls with all of these producers fighting with each other, and it is the wildest legal case already. And I have spent the week reading through all the text messages, emails, the budget, everything about this movie and the legal situation. And it is
Docking permission
absolutely
requested.
unhinged,
Docking
with
permission
Rebel
requested.
Wilson firmly
Classic
at
win-win.
the
You
center,
talk and get paid,
that I
Docking
can't
request
believe some of the
accepted.
things that
You've
were going
there
on
was
the
a
set,
mercenary
and that
company,
she was
extortion,
doing, and also her partner was
Autopilot
doing, which is
disabled.
just so
Waiting
bizarre
to
because
reach.
her
So all of
partner
that?
wasn't
Terrible.
involved in this
The
movie
wrong
at
hope.
all. They're
All of
now
that
married and it's her
suffering was a plot
wife,
to
but
save
this
her.
all happened
Let
in
me be blunt.
2023 when they were dating, like not that long. So we will get into all of this. I'm primarily going to talk about the Charlotte
Most
McInnes
strangers
versus
don't.
Rebel Wilson
After
legal
all of
case
that,
because
the
it
future
actually
of their
concluded
stock has already
yesterday,
taken a beating.
May
Any
8th,
comment?
Friday, May 8th. I was up at 4 a.m. watching the live stream of the court because you have to watch it live. Like, you can't post it after. I can't put clips in. You can't record it, and it even disappears from your watch history. Like, you can't even see it anywhere
That's a
else.
chilling thought.
So I
Thanks.
did watch the closing arguments
and,
yesterday, and the quotes that were used by a lot of the outlets was Rebel Wilson
have another
accused of
story for
being
me?
a fantastical
Back to Brad.
liar. I do have on my main channel a full Rebel Wilson deep dive with all of the kind of background details of this. You don't necessarily have to have watched that, but if you want like all of the background and background on Rebel Wilson too, I'll link that down below. And I did do an update on this channel last week as well. I'm planning on doing a big deep dive on everything, like all the other legal cases, because Rebel is facing multiple legal cases with this movie and her actions on social media and what she's done. So I am going to do a full update on the main channel after I post my new video over there today. So look out for that one coming soon, because it's so much information that it's too much for one video. But there's still going to be lots of good stuff in this one, because I just have to talk about it because it's that unhinged. Like, I've been so excited to do this video and talk about it. But to give you the briefest of brief summaries, Rebel Wilson worked on her directorial debut, a movie called The Deb, and there was other producers involved with this. The main two that you need to know about are Gregor Cameron and Amanda Ghost, and they are married, and Amanda Ghost was the lead producer and also primarily doing all of the music and stuff, because The Deb is a musical. It was originally a play, and then it's being made into a movie, and it starred a woman named Charlotte McInnes, who is the case that we're talking about. And Charlotte McInnes has sued Rebel Wilson for defamation for all of her actions over the last few years with blasting Charlotte on social media. And this was Charlotte's like first lead role. Like, she's in her mid-20s. This was like a big thing. I really do feel for her, because either way you look at it, Charlotte McInnes has been screwed, but there's just one more little bit of background that you need to know before we get into all of the unhingedness, because there very much is an inciting incident where a lot of this unhinged story starts from, and it's a very different story on Rebel side and on the side of Charlotte McInnes, Amanda Ghost, the other producers, and everybody else nearly involved with the production. So, in pre-production of this movie, Charlotte McInnes and Amanda Ghost, they end up going swimming on Bondi Beach. Another woman is there, Priya Ashcroft, who is the head of music in Amanda Ghost's company. So the three women go swimming, and when in the water and then when getting out, Amanda Ghost has an extreme reaction to the temperature, and she starts shaking uncontrollably and can't speak. And so they go back to the apartment that Amanda's staying in that's right by where they are, and they end up calling Amanda Ghost's doctor, and a lot of the information here is going to be based on the actual affidavit that I've read from her doctor. Amanda also has a condition that's quite rare called Samter's triad, which is basically like an overreaction of the immune system. So that also was a much better idea to call her doctor rather than just go to the hospital, because her doctor's going to have like all of her past medical history as well. And the doctor actually advises them, you don't need to go to the hospital, like you can treat her and I'll tell you what to do. There are a lot more details in the documents that I've been able to read that just gives so much more information on what's gone on, not just in this little part of the case, but in all aspects. And that's why I wanted to do this update and why I want to do the full breakdown, massive update on my main channel, because I've seen so many people talking about this and saying things like, oh, Amanda Ghost must have just been cold, and if it really was serious, they would have gone to hospital. But they called her own doctor who knew her history and was advising them, because she did.
Hello. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Greetings, madam. How may I assist you?
One of these days, I'd love to experience this.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Did start to also break out in these big red welts, and that's when they did become concerned. They're following her doctor's advice, who knows her much better than just going to a random emergency room, especially because it's not necessary and they were able to treat her at home. And that's one less patient the overburdened emergency services don't need to treat as well. So they do follow the doctor's advice, and the doctor tells them, okay, do this, do that, and Charlotte jumps into action. She's like, I know what to do. Priya goes and makes some hot drinks, and Charlotte and Amanda, both in their swimwear. Charlotte turns the hot shower on, puts Amanda in. It doesn't quite warm up. I mean, you know yourself, with a bath or a shower, like, usually people get in a bath after a cold water thing, but they're both in their swimwear, and she's trying to help her, so I can see why like it'd probably be easier to try a shower. And then she ends up filling up the bath.
Approaching Stargate.
Amanda Ghost gets in, Charlotte gets in because they're both in swimwear, freezing cold from the water, and they both sit in the bath of a penthouse, which this wall is on the other side is my bathroom, right? That's it. It's tiny. It's a little stand shower one. But this is a penthouse bath. I'll put a picture from the actual penthouse in so you can see. And Priya Ashcroft is there the whole time too, and brings Charlotte a hot chocolate and Amanda a chamomile tea, and they sit there, warm up, chat. That's it. The next day, they go to the set. Rebel Wilson gets wind of this, and she calls Charlotte to kind of see what happened. Like, is everything okay? It sounds kind of odd. And so Charlotte, I'm going to quote from an email from Charlotte's agent here. Charlotte was chatting to Rebel and Amanda the following day, and Rebel said words to the effect, "I heard Amanda had a moment last night." Amanda said something to the effect of, "Can you imagine if she wasn't there?" Charlotte responded, "Oh yeah, it was a weird one," or something similar, to keep the conversation light and not put herself in the center of Amanda's experience. And then there are multiple times that Charlotte McInnes has said, "I did not feel uncomfortable. It was a weird situation," because if you explained it to someone like, oh, the lead actress and the producer of the movie are in the bath together, but you leave out all of that context and like them being in their swimwear, her having anaphylaxis, like, it is just a weird thing. But she says multiple times, "At no point did I feel uncomfortable." Additionally, if you look at the emails and texts and like all the communication from this time at the end of 2023, early 2024, when Rebel Wilson is relaying this story to people or just mentioning it and going into details, the way that she describes the story then to how she describes it now, and what both sides in court agreed were the facts, things that she said on the stand. And in my opinion, even when you see her relaying like the most simple or basic bits of information about the story, they're always exaggerated or fabricated or just dressed up, even from what we can see like has been agreed upon and she testified to in court. So for example, when she relays the story to people, she'll say things like, "Oh yeah, the producer was making the actress that was the lead take baths and showers with her," making it seem like this happened multiple times when it wasn't just this one thing. And even saying it like that, as I said, it's taking out so much context. And when you're looking back at that communication from now with all this additional context and knowing so much more information, it again is another point that screams this is not someone who is telling the truth, in my opinion. And I'm so sorry I have to keep saying allegedly and in my opinion so much, but I'm just playing it extremely safe because I'm just making my little YouTube videos with my cat, and everybody involved with this, especially the main person who maybe isn't coming off the best, is extremely rich, extremely famous, and extremely litigious. So I hope that that's okay, and really sorry, but just playing it safe. And also 2 days later, they went to the gym and went swimming again. 2 days later as well, Charlotte McInnes was actually kicked out of where she was staying for the film, so that Rebel Wilson's partner could go in there, because apparently had some like great view because Charlotte was the lead actress. And there's a lot of interference from Rebel Wilson's, at the time, girlfriend, in my opinion, because there's all of these other like add-ons that Rebel got, like her legal fees being paid, even though she was making almost $2 million out of the budget of this $15 million movie. So she was making like a seventh of the budget. If the movie makes a profit, Rebel and the producers split it 50-50. Rebel's taking none of the risk. Like, it's the other producers that are putting the money in. And she's also, in my opinion, created all of the issues for them. So I cannot imagine what they are going through, and the trial with Amanda Ghost and Rebel Wilson is going to be absolutely insane because there's so much more there. So after this happens, I do just want to add in some other things that were going on at the time that I have found through reading all of every single bit of legal document I could, and I read all the texts between Charlotte and Amanda that go over a long period of time. And my interpretation of them is that Charlotte McInnes very much admired Amanda Ghost and saw her as someone who was very successful in the music industry. She used to be head of Epic Records, and there's criticism towards Amanda Ghost for decisions that she's done. I know there's stuff with Sarah Bareilles and things, but we're just talking about the legal stuff today. And all of the text messages between them, there's not one message that I looked at and was like, that's kind of weird, or, oh, that I would be uncomfortable if someone in an authoritative position to me sent me that. Like, I was actually surprised how work and like music focused they were. Like, at no point are, I would say they're even like super friendly. Like, I saw those messages absolutely as the messages that I have had between people that are in their 20s, as I see as quite younger, but that are asking me for advice, or I'm, you know, there's a few people that I've mentored before that are in like their mid to late 20s, and I'm in my clinging into my late 30s, and I speak to them very differently than I would to someone who I might be giving advice to that's 35, because they are so much younger, and there is that power dynamic. Like, I'm some small silly YouTuber that talks about Hollywood stuff. Like, Amanda Ghost is a very accomplished award-winning producer. Like, of course, it seemed to me she was very aware of the line, and all of the messages are, I know that they did go to performances together and stuff, but it's all Charlotte sending her like a video of her singing, and Amanda being like, oh, try this, or like, oh, why don't you try singing this song and stuff. There's even been accusations from Rebel Wilson that Charlotte changed her story, and Amanda then gave her a record deal and gave her a part in Gatsby. Again, reading all of this stuff, it's not just their messages. Like, there's so much other evidence that just isn't true. Like, even on, I listened to the Zoom call between Amanda Ghost, Charles Collier, who's Rebel Wilson's UK agent, and Gregor Cameron, and another woman that's involved with the production, Angela Wood, I think her name is. And in that call from the end of 2023, Amanda says, oh, we're actually signing Charlotte to a record deal. And about the Gatsby part, you see Amanda saying, oh, there's a lot of big stars auditioning for this. There's a lot of like very accomplished Broadway people. She's saying it in a way of, this will be a great experience for you, and you'll get to meet people and like see the whole audition process for this. And Charlotte did end up getting the part, and Rebel has used that very against her. When Rebel Wilson did this terrible 60-minute interview that I talked about in my original video that makes her, in my opinion, look so guilty, that she says, oh, you know, she got this part given to her because she changed her story and she was actually harassed, but now she's saying she wasn't. And I mean, it just doesn't come across that way through any of the documentation that I've seen anyway. And this whole thing with the harassment, Rebel claims that Charlotte came to her and says she was harassed and that she felt very uncomfortable, and Rebel then takes it upon herself to say and put in a complaint and say that Charlotte was sexually harassed by Amanda Ghost, and it turns into the biggest thing through the whole production. Rebel says that she doesn't want Amanda on set, and it just blows up into a huge thing. There's some other things going on at the time too. One is Rebel has been denied a writer's credit on the movie. She is given additional writing by credit. The woman who wrote the movie, Hannah Riley, has also done an affidavit for Charlotte's case that I read, and Rebel does not come off good in that affidavit either. The reason Rebel was denied a writing credit was the Australian Writers Guild determined that. Rebel holds that against the producers, in my opinion, and it was such a focus for her in all the emails that I read early on. She's like, I want this writing credit, I want this writing credit. And a lot of the beginning, when Rebel's texting Charlotte and things, she is so rude to Charlotte. And there's a point where they're away somewhere And Charlotte and Amanda end up going to dinner, and Rebel had said to Charlotte, oh, I have an extra ticket for this show. But Charlotte, the way, she was like relying on Wi-Fi for her phone. She didn't have data, so she says, oh, I didn't see the message. I'm really sorry, like blah, blah, blah. And Rebel goes back to her, and it's this message that's like biting her head off and saying it's extremely rude and like da da da. And there's all these other messages at different points to different people where Rebel is very, very like cutthroat and rude and just biting people's heads off constantly. If I got any of those messages, I would find it very inappropriate and rude. And if it was someone who was in like a position above me, like a producer or a director, I would feel really, really uncomfortable. And mostly because of like anxiety, I'd be like, oh my god, they hate me, they want to kill me. But it's everything about this case, like everything I've read, I've had a lot of information before, but an amazing group of people who know who they are sent me the audio call, like access to a lot of this stuff, and I've spent the week reading it. And before, when I did my original video and the update last week, I was pretty convinced that it was Rebel Wilson in the wrong. But reading all of this stuff, I have become even more sure of it. I could absolutely be wrong. But to me, there is just no scenario where what Rebel Wilson has done is appropriate, because look at the Charlotte McInnes situation, and then we'll look at the Amanda Ghost one, because there's other stuff that I have to add there too. Charlotte McInnes, there's one of two things that's happened. This is what both sides say. Charlotte says they had this weird situation. She wasn't uncomfortable. She is trying to learn from Amanda. Rebel has made these claims and there's no issue. If that's true, Rebel has gone on social media, blasted the shit out of her, and she's a new actress in her like debut, and this Hollywood star with 11 million followers is blasting the hell out of her. Rebel also went on not only her own Instagram, the movie's Instagram, the movie that Charlotte is the lead in, and wrote all this horrible stuff about her, and even was saying things like she's dressing in a culturally inappropriate way, and even the store where she got the dress from came out and was like, no, she's not. Everybody is on the opposite side to Rebel Wilson, like even the store where they're buying dresses from. And the other side of this, so either Charlotte's side is completely true, Rebel's made this up out of nowhere, and I will also say there's a lot of other emails and text, and even just listening on the audio calls, there's so much information of Rebel, in my opinion, trying to turn other people against each other. I think that she had an issue with Charlotte looking up to Amanda because of these things where Charlotte has chosen to go to dinner with Amanda or whatever, and it seems like Rebel has an issue with that, because there's also times where Rebel has said, oh, I walked in on Charlotte in the studio talking badly about you. And then she's also said stuff to Charlotte about, oh, Amanda thinks this about you. And then there's also other people that she's said, oh, this person doesn't like you or this. And then Rebel's now wife, but at the time girlfriend, is also getting involved with making accusations against people. Rebel's wife called the billionaire who is funding a lot of this movie and claimed to him that the other producers, Amanda Ghost and her husband Gregor Cameron, were stealing from him, and that there was all these other allegations, not just Charlotte's, against Amanda. Rebel claims that this call took place because her girlfriend at the time is really good friends with Lem Blavatnik, who's the billionaire. Those are the exact words used, and that it was a casual call because they're really good friends and they talk all the time and they talk in Russian, and you know, it was just this catch up among friends that she mentioned that these producers might be stealing from him. And as I mentioned, there's that audio call between Charles Collier, Rebel Wilson's UK agent, Amanda Ghost, Gregor Cameron, and another person that's involved in the film. And in it, Amanda Ghost says, I was with Lem Blavatnik all last night and yesterday day, and he's asked us to have the Zoom call because he does not know Rebel Wilson's girlfriend. He's spoken to her once. That call. He doesn't know her. So to me, there's just so many things that seem completely fabricated and made up out of nowhere. And probably the chief among things made up is these smear websites, which I did talk about in both videos, but there's a little bit more information that I wanted to add in. So all of this blows up at the end of September, and then early 2024, Rebel's blasting this stuff out on social media, and she doesn't just blast Charlotte. Obviously, she's blasting Amanda Ghost and Gregor Cameron, and claims all the things that we talked about: stealing from the movie, sexually harassing the lead actress, and making all these other insinuations, and making it seem like, oh, she might be doing something inappropriate with other people. Like, no clear cut, actually, this is what is being claimed. In the rant video she releases on Instagram, she also accuses the producers and naming them of embezzlement and also holding her hostage in a room to sign contracts, when if you look at the communication, it's actually her refusing to sign contracts. And my interpretation of what she says to her UK agent Charles Collier is, let's hold these contract signing pages ransom because they can't move forward without signing them until they insert this clause into Amanda Ghost's producer contract, which is basically a behavior clause. And in my opinion, allegedly, just my opinion, it looks like they're trying to set a trap for Amanda Ghost, because the producer clause is saying things about, you know, behaving a certain way and not bringing like disrepute on the movie, because it really does seem like the way that she talks about this clause and also how she talks to Charles, that they're saying, let's put this clause in and it will be triggered by the stuff with Charlotte. And there are also multiple points where she really just comes across as someone who is very self-centered and greedy, but also not happy unless everybody else is getting like the absolute bare minimum. And she just seems really set on like turning other people against other people and like making other people really unhappy and taking from other people. Like, she's not even satisfied with how much she's getting, because there's email after email over weeks and weeks where she is really going after the other producers, getting this 300k fee, which they are getting 300k each. She's getting 900k, and she's getting almost 2 million from this movie again. And she just keeps focusing on it, even though her UK agent says to her, you are getting, and he says it in a nice way obviously, but you are benefiting so much from this movie, you're not taking any risk, these people aren't trying to screw you over, like they're being really fair, like they're giving you so much benefit. And even on this small production, all that money that she's making, she's also getting first class flights for her wife and her kid, first class accommodation, all their transportation, private cars, paying for assistants, paying for local assistants, even giving them $70 per DM per day, even though they have Crafty on set and they're in a hotel with room service. But she doesn't think that's good enough either, because she will also talk about how she's incurring all these expenses by being out there, when actually the movie is incurring expenses because she is adamant about filming where they film, because at one point they even lose some financing for the movie, which I believe is later picked up by the Australian government. So Australian citizens, your tax dollars at work. But they then look at saying like, oh, maybe we should film somewhere cheaper in Australia, and she's like, no, like I need to be here. And her mom even was on set when like the 60 Minutes crew came to film. And so when that happens, they end up staying there, and then she says, I'm incurring, you know, all these extra costs. And what she says the extra costs are in this order is nanny and baby. Yeah, you have to pay for your own baby, shockingly. To me, that reads as, I literally cannot find anything else to complain about, so I'm going to complain that the movie isn't paying for my nanny and my baby. So that is all ongoing. Rebel continues putting stuff out all constantly on social media for the past 2 years. Even before the trial started, like just before the trial started, she started putting stuff out on there too. And they end up getting these smear websites get put up about Amanda Ghost, just after this time period in like the summer of 2024. And all the websites are things like amandaghostsucks.com, amandaghost.com, and they all talk about Amanda Ghost being the Indian Ghislaine Maxwell and how she's procuring women for the billionaire Len Blavatnik, accuses her of all these other things. There's Twitter accounts and all these other social media things just going really hard against her. And through the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case, the same group that Baldoni hired, TAG, Melissa Nathan's PR group, in Discovery, all of this stuff comes out, messages allegedly between Melissa Nathan and her company and Rebel Wilson. And in the text messages from Melissa Nathan to one of her employees, she says, Rebel wants one of those sites. It can be really nasty, and they talk about the sites that then end up being made about Amanda Ghost. And like it's all in these text messages. And there's a document that they work off for these sites that's all the information about Amanda Ghost. And the author of the document is Camp Sugar, which is Rebel Wilson's production company. Something else that I noticed when I was reading all of this stuff and came up in the closing when I was watching it yesterday is the fact that this document, Rebel claims she knows nothing about this website, that she had nothing to do with it. She even went on 60 Minutes Australia, where if you haven't seen the interview, I will leave a link below. I show clips in my original video. The interviewer is amazing in it, and Rebel Wilson is like such a fucking idiot. But she says, I know nothing about those websites. I don't even know how to make a website. And they also go into like the whole, did you hire them? Like, you know, she says no, she knows nothing about it. And there is literally texts where they say Rebel wants this site. And then there is a contract that I have that is between Rebel Wilson's lawyer and TAG for $25,000 a month. And there's even other messages where Melissa Nathan and TAG are saying that they're trying to pull down all these negative articles about Rebel. And I've been following this case like an absolute psycho because I became so interested in it, did the video, but I knew I was still going to cover it. So I'm constantly like pulling up documents, reading things, and I will look like probably every other day, just out of interest, Google Rebel Wilson to see what new kind of bullshit's being put out, because she must be spending a fortune on PR right now. Because if you looked at her Google results, even me, who is obsessively following this, Googling her name a week ago, you wouldn't know this trial's going on. Like, all that comes up is articles about her weight loss and about her wife and them getting married and going to Disney and Ozempic and all this other stuff. And the articles are being pushed out by the day. There's even articles that talk about her defamation case from nearly 10 years ago that are authored one day ago, because guess what? They're trying to put out Rebel Wilson defamation and pull people towards that rather than what's actually going on. I do think the dam has kind of burst now, because when the closing of the arguments was going on yesterday, I was looking up what are people saying and stuff, and The Guardian, the BBC, The Independent, the Morning Sydney Herald, like all of these have been putting out articles about it now. So I don't think that she can really keep a hold on it anymore. But up until yesterday, there really was, like all this week, I saw a lot of articles that, in my opinion, will have been orchestrated by her and her side, because they didn't mention anything about Rebel Wilson, and they had headlines like Charlotte McInnes fudging story, and not the way the headline was, like you would think that she'd been found dead to rights fudging her story, but it was just Rebel Wilson's lawyer and a woman named Greer Simkin, who worked on the movie, saying Rebel thinks she's fudged her story. So the other thing that I noticed, so I got a bit sidetracked there talking about the court case, but the other thing that I noticed on this Camp Sugar document is the fact that only someone who was in Australia could have authored this document. Is it possible to change metadata? Yes. Is it extremely, extremely difficult that not like the average person could do? Yes, because Rebel side are claiming someone else could have changed it to say Camp Sugar, and someone else could change the metadata, but someone in Australia has to have authored this document. My interpretation would be it was Camp Sugar, because why would they change the metadata to send it to like the PR company and not even knowing that this trial is coming down? Like it makes no sense. And the reason that I say someone in Australia had to have authored the document is because the way that the time is, they send it to TAG in LA, but it's actually like the document is coming from the future because Australia, a lot of Australia is like 20 hours ahead of LA. And guess who, in my opinion, called the paparazzi on herself when she arrived in Australia in a yellow tracksuit and was photographed, so we know that she was in Australia? Rebel Wilson. There is so much more I want to say about this case, but I'm going to give you some predictions for what I think is going to happen with the Charlotte McInnes case. I do think that it isn't as cut and dry because obviously a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, like the smear campaigns and all that stuff, like that doesn't really enter into Charlotte McInnes' side because she's saying Rebel Wilson defamed me. And the Australian court system, like it's really not the definition that you would think of because it's not as cut and dry as you would think it is. You know, it is all legalese and like these specific definitions that don't really mean what like the average person would think they mean. So I don't think that it's like an absolute slam dunk, but I want to think that they will side with Charlotte, and I do think it's terrible either way, everything she's had to go through, because either her whole side is right, and of course like there's always three sides to every story, and there's probably bits and pieces that, you know, aren't exactly this or exactly that. But if in large part Charlotte's side is true, and this is everything that's happened, that is horrendous, that through no fault of her own, and this is supposed to be like her big moment, which it seems like is similar, not quite the same, but it seems like Hannah Riley, the writer of the movie, has been screwed as well by Rebel Wilson's behavior. This was supposed to be her big movie, like, you know, writing her first movie, like that's such a huge thing and a massive accomplishment for both of them. And Rebel Wilson has like screwed both of them, and she tried to be really nasty to Hannah Riley when they wouldn't give her the writing by credit. And there's so much other stuff that I will talk about in the other video. But if that isn't true, like if Rebel Wilson's side is true, then she has blasted and sent 11 million people and others and damaged the reputation of someone that she claims was sexually harassed. So either way you look at this, to me, Rebel Wilson comes off looking terrible, even if she is in the right. I do think it's going to be a while until we find out about the judge's decision, because I looked up like a lot of other cases, and this does have like a lot of evidence and things, so it seems like it will take like a few months. So when there is a resolve, absolutely, like I will be here. But in the meantime, as I said, I'm gonna do a full big update on everything that I've found in these documents, because oh my god, is it a treasure trove. And again, thank you so much to the group that helped me get some of this. They know who they are. A lot of the stuff that we'll go over on the main channel video is going to be really relevant for the Amanda Ghost Rebel Wilson case and the whole smear campaign and everything, and the case with the finances, because Rebel's being sued for multiple things on multiple continents. But there also just is so much great information that is just fascinating, and I think people will be really interested in it. So it's just lots of little details too that I know will not be covered in the mainstream media and things, and like the text messages and all that. So I'm gonna get clarification on trying to like show texts and maybe the audio and stuff, but I'm not sure whether it's allowed with the audio, but I will absolutely try my best. And I'll everything with the next video, even if I can, I'll be able to link everything and put it in like a drive. So if you want to see that video, I'll have it posted on my main channel very soon. You won't be able to stop me because I just can't stop talking about this case, and you guys are the only people interested other than Miss G. People in my life are like, yeah, okay, Rebel Wilson. She's talking about Rebel Wilson again. So we'll be back soon to talk more. And if you want to see the original Rebel Wilson deep dive with this stuff, then I'll have that link below too on my original channel, and the update from last week that's on this channel as well. Thank you so much. If you made it to the end of this, oh, you're MVP of MVPs. Leave MVP in the comments to let me know that you did make it to the end so I can thank you for watching, because this was a lot of information, and I know these videos are a lot more casual, so it is like just a kind of dump of listen to all this crazy information. So thank you again, and I just appreciate it so much, people who watch this channel and make it to the end. Honestly, I really do. I'll leave link down below G's merch store, her social media, my social media, Patreon, the sources, all of that stuff. Thank you so much again for watching, and as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and G and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye guys.
It's not safe for you. In fact, my father told me clearly that instead of me going to Ethiopia, I should try to bring my nephew. Nice to see you again. It's always nice to see you.
Do you know about this book? It's interviews with people who were in the streets fighting against the neo-Nazi skinheads. Look at you.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's unexpected. Yeah.
Wow. Mulugeta was a young man who started out on a farm in Ethiopia, who went through a terrible time in the civil wars and came here to better himself, to learn, to participate in life in a free and happy way.
We missed you earlier.
Today?
Yeah, but one number.
So you recognize this face?
That's Mulugeta.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's him. And Mulugeta did help, cooking. He was,
you said he was
very
a good
active.
cook.
Oh, yeah, he's a good cook.
So
I sent him a one-way ticket from Addis Ababa to Portland, Oregon in December 1980. When I saw him, I couldn't believe what I saw because I knew him only as a child. And so I said, wow, this is different. I didn't expect to see a young man like this. It wasn't hard really to help him because he was very eager to help himself. Just being together, enjoying each other, laughing, reminiscing about family back home. So it's just our closeness, the family closeness. Well, thank you. Nice to see you again. I left Portland in February 1982. I went to California to find a job. I asked Mulugeta if he wanted to come with me. He said, no, I have my friends already here. I like it here. I have a job. I'm going to school. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. The last time I saw him was in Labor Day 1988. And then at that time he told me, well, I didn't tell you so far, but I have a son. What? So he learned after he came here. That would be only 7-year-old boy he had.
Portland was a city with a small town feel. There was a lot of blue-collar workers that worked in the cities. The major activity in Portland was on the south side of Burnside.
Portland in the 80s was definitely grimy and gritty.
It was gritty, but it was fun. It was old Portland.
Downtown was very vibrant.
It was a good vibe. It was just much sleepier.
I started going to Portland more for a couple of things. One would be skateboarding.
In fact, my father told me clearly that instead of me going to Ethiopia, I should try to bring my nephew.
Captain, please take all the time you need to admire this view. I apologize for any decreased speed in this vehicle due to my weight. velocity. Vehicle boosted. Warning. High vertical jumps will result in an overwhelming amount of fun.
Adjusting per new data.
It seems the enemy has vanished. It seems this planet's gravity cannot contain you, Captain. There are no hostile organisms nearby.
Warp drive active.
Setting down, everything in the green.
Any day you make it through is a victory in my book.
What is it?
of things. Not bad. Not bad.
All right. Have you had the feeling recently when you've been scrolling social media that you're being astroturfed? That like you aren't choosing the influencers and podcasters and like the brands and the topics that show up for you. You just are kind of a participant. Like the media doesn't feel as real as it used to be. Everything just feels like it's just being served to you, and a lot of times you come across something that you didn't even choose or know about to select. Like if you feel like things are not quite real anymore, this video is for you. Because if you understand this chart that we're going to go over today and all of the things I'm going to talk to you about, you're going to understand that content creation is a gamed system now. This is not clickbait. This is actually true. I'm going to go through step by step what is happening and how a person and a group of people can propel any influencer to high viewership, regardless of content quality. You can be the most uninteresting person ever, and you can still get boosted in algorithms. And it happens by tricking algorithms into featuring them. It's a guaranteed way to gain followers, and it's basically pay to win. So in this video, we're going to explain step by step how it works. We're going to go through some content that's in this system, and I will show you literally that you can promote anybody. You can promote anybody to the top in the world. It doesn't matter what their content is. What most people think about the creator economy and how it exists these days is no longer true. Algorithms are being abused at a very high level. So let's break it down. Let's go through step by step how this works. And this image here is absolutely going to be our Bible for this discussion. When we look at this, you're seeing a month-long period. So I want you to note, like, this is 1 month. This is, as of the time of this recording, this is March to April, so just a few days ago. You can see our number one guy here, Clavicular, who you may have heard of. You may have been like, this guy just exploded. I see videos of him everywhere. What's going on? I never searched for this dude. What's happening? Has generated over 2.2 billion, with a B, billion views in a single month. He has 69,000 videos. That's short form videos across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube and X. 69,000 videos that are all about him. How is this possible? Well, he has 1,610 paid clippers that are working full time to put this stuff out on the internet. And likewise, you can see all of these other influencers who, to varying degrees, have the same thing going on. Here's Aiden Ross with 812 clippers. He has 11,000 videos that came out this month, accumulated about 714 million views. Now, this is the official clipping and kick partnership. This is them just releasing this information. This is not guessed upon data. This is like literally the platform that's doing it, showing you how this works. And we're going to break down exactly what is happening here and how these guys are tweaking the algorithm for this to work, because it's both fascinating and a little bit terrifying. All right. So the very first thing to understand about this, once you understand like that this is happening and that there's like just a ton of paid clippers that are being paid quite literally to post these clips everywhere of just various types of content. The first thing we have to understand is that you start with a central Discord server. Now, there are other ways to do these campaigns, and there are platforms like Vero, which or Duzla. One of those has some association with Mr. Beast. They operate the same way, but as platforms. But for this video, I think the most interesting stuff that we're going to go over is actually just going to be the platforms. So you can see here, this is the largest clipping server, and you can see that they, once you get into the clipping server, which I think has over like 20 or 30,000 people in it, you can say, hey, you're just a few steps away from getting paid for post content. Here's how you get started. You can just go browse the campaigns, and you can go see that you can apply for kick streaming clipping program, which we're going to talk about a little bit later as it relates to this. So you can just get paid by joining one of these servers, no problem. And here is exactly how these campaigns work step by step. Each campaign is going to be one influencer or a podcaster or a brand. Typically, like for the purposes of this video, we're going to be talking about live streamers, but this is being done for. I sat in these Discord servers, the invite only ones, and as well as like the public ones for the past like 3 weeks before making this video, and it shocked pretty much every major podcaster or like brand that you've heard of has had a campaign in these Discord servers in the time that I was sitting in them, and we're gonna go over it, but like specific clips and specific moments that they want featured as well are also featured. So like it's a totally game system. Like there's just everybody's just doing paid clips that's popular whatsoever. How this system works is as follows. We're gonna go through it. So starting with the CPM system and how it works. Typically when we think about platforms, these are all going to be short form mostly. So this is going to be clips of this person's like long form. So when I say long form, I mean like a podcaster makes a video that's like 2 hours, and then these paid clippers will go through, they'll select 50 to 30 second videos, 30 to 60 second video parts, or like 2-minute parts that they think are interesting, and then they will post those clips on these 3 platforms. There's a little bit of this done on X. It kind of depends. Every campaign is a little bit different, but most of them I've seen focus on these 3 platforms. The way that you get paid is you have what's called a flat CPM. So a CPM is just the amount that you make for 1,000 views. And these will usually be between about 10 cents to 40 cents, but I've seen ones that are as high as about $2 to $3. So every campaign has a like payout, and you can see here, I'll pull up one just so you can kind of see like how it looks. So this is a campaign for Caleb Hammer, and you may be seeing a lot of his clips, and this is a separate Discord server that's been created. You can see the payout for Caleb is 75 cents per 1,000 views, that there's a minimum view required for payout, and that there's a payment method, and it shows you the platforms that it wants you to post on. So you can post on TikTok, you post on Instagram, you can post on Twitter, you can post on X in this case. So there's an example of like a pretty prominent podcaster. Now either it's his agency paying for this or it's him, I don't know. Right, but he's this is the system that he's running. So this is an example of like a single campaign that's being run right now. Like this is something that I pulled just a couple of days ago. Okay, so they're offering a flat CPM of 75 cents per 1,000 views, and in this case, it's going to be 75 cents. I've seen like again like $2-3. Most of these are like 10 to like 50 cents or so. You'll notice on that screenshot that I linked you that there was a minimum view payout threshold. So what does that mean? That means that you can't have this campaign. You don't get paid if you don't have 100,000 views. Now that's not per clip though. So if we just like put the payment deal details over here for a second. The 100,000 views means the aggregate of you as an individual. So if you have 2 or 3 clips that get, let's say you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views each, you do not get paid. But if you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views and then 1 clip that gets 10,000, you get paid on the whole 100,000. So there's just that's what they mean by minimum payout. So most of these people are creating, for these campaigns, they're creating like 50 to 100 different clips across multiple different accounts in order to reach this payment threshold, and then they get paid based on the on the CPM that was stated. There are also bounties and bonuses. So these show up in a lot of individual clipping campaigns, and you can see here we have a bounty for Pirate Software. Again, I don't know who sponsored this. I'm just showing you what's here. So here's Pirate Software. It says here that this is a payment of $3,000 per million views, which is a multiplier, $300 for 100,000 views, and $3,000 for 1 million views. This is an invite-only Discord server, so this is not associated with the other Discord server that I've shown. This is a secret Discord server because I think they're a little bit more careful when they're trying to promote individual clips and influencers, just from getting people to know about how this works. But you can't hide from Devin Nash. No, sir. So this is Pirate Software gives his thoughts on the recent changes to Kick, and there's requirements. Post the image below. All platforms are allowed, so they'll allow TikTok, Reels, they'll let in everything. And then there's like a command associated with it. But this is basically just a clip of like Pirate Software talking about Kick, and whoever wanted this promoted is paying for it to be promoted. So sometimes there's bounties and sometimes you get paid quite a bit for those. Now, next, the campaigns usually have a maximum cap. So we were not seeing that in the previous ones that I'm showing you, but oftentimes the campaigns cap at like $10,000 to $20,000, at which point they shut off. And to be clear, I don't think that the servers that are doing this are scammy about this. Like, you might think, oh, like they cap it at $10,000, that they don't tell anybody that everybody else that creates clips, like there's a bunch of free clips that are done. In my experience, like looking at this stuff and doing all this research and studying it, there isn't really a situation like that. Like, there's a pretty clear progress bar to indicate when the cap has been reached and when you don't make money from clipping anymore. In most of these cases, I haven't really seen a lot of like black hat marketing in that direction. Just to give credit where credit's due, like my interest is in honest information. I'm not trying to make a value judgment here. There'll be plenty of that later in the video, and just for you to decide. So I didn't see that here. Most of this stuff is very well put together. I mean, by like pretty elite operators. And it seems to be pretty above board. I mean, the clippers get paid, and they get paid a base CPM, which you saw from Caleb's campaign that I listed here. And then they also get to keep the RPM, which means like the money the platform itself pays you. So you get both the CPM, which is like the 75 cents per 1,000 that gets paid out through the campaign. And then you also get to earn whatever the YouTube short or the reel actually makes off of the ad revenue just off of the platform. So this ends up being a pretty good deal for like second and third world people, which are kind of the majority of people that are participating in this system. You can end up probably getting like an RPM of like maybe like $1.50 to $2 an hour, and for like first world or Americans or people like that, you know, that's going to probably translate to about like $300 or $400 a month. Like, obviously the work that you put in, you get more, but for people in less advantaged countries that are getting paid by that can be very notable. It's worth noting also that although I didn't post it in my research here, all of these payments that I saw, literally all of them are in USDT. So they're paid via cryptocurrency. You're paid out via cryptocurrency. I guess in this case, this is a PayPal payment, so it might just be a direct payment. But almost all the campaigns I saw are paid out via USDT. So that's a cryptocurrency that's tethered to the dollar. So that's notable because I think that's very favorable to third world and second world countries. Okay. So let's take a person like Clavicular that we were talking about before, and you've got the 2.2 billion views on top of 70,000 clips. Like, how expensive is this campaign to run? Like, how crazy are we talking here? Well, it's going to be about 31,700 views on average because we're just taking the 2.2 billion and we're dividing it by the 70,000. And you get paid if you aggregate 100,000 views. You don't get paid if your total clips are below that. So there will be some percentage of people that just don't get paid. But I think the majority do. But let's say that, like, in a situation, just to give you an idea, where even like in a crazy number, where like 70% of the views are free, which I think it's probably closer to like 20% or 30%. The math on it is it would cost $666,371 a month, even at $1 CPM, just to run Clav's campaign alone. Not even considering all of these other people.
Try not to trade in gossip,
so,
but if you have any verifiable
literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars are being spent every month to do this. So, who's doing it? Who's paying for this? Right? That to me is one of the most interesting parts, because a couple of things, right? Number one, there are not many people that can set up campaigns like this. We're talking like management of hundreds of people.
Autopilot
and like this is elite operator marketer stuff. This is not like streamers, okay? Very few of these streamers are running these campaigns themselves. There are people that are doing it. Like, there are streamers that are running these campaigns themselves, like to lesser degrees. And I mean, you could also just have 3 people in your Discord do clips for you, and you could run a campaign like this yourself. But when I'm talking about these big Discord operations, these are being funded. And it's really interesting to see who is actually funding them and what is actually going on here. Because with respect to the streamers, I don't think that most streamers are really business oriented. That's just been my experience being a top talent manager for many years. I don't think that, and now I'm an agent on the brand side. I've worked with thousands of influencers. Great entertainers, mostly not the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to business, with a few exceptions. So they're not going to run campaigns like this. Who is running these campaigns? Well, let's go back to our friend Clavicular and see what he says about it. In this clip.
One of the fastest come-ups in streaming, absolutely. Why do you think you're the fastest growing creator in the world right now?
Autopilot
I think
jumping.
I have a lot of strategies that are good for viral clipping engagement. I think Kick has helped push me a lot with their clipping budget. So, you know, over 6 figures a month.
Warping to
so
station.
Kick, over 6 figures a month.
And that campaign have been going towards pushing me out there to new audiences, because on Kick, there's not really a lot of growth, right? There's not as many users as Twitch, so people aren't organically coming across your streams. So they kind of have to incentivize people to stream on that platform in other ways. And one of the ways I go about it is with the Kick clipping program, where there's like a, you know, $20 or $30 CPM, and that kind of incentivizes people.
For the $20 and $30 CPM, he's referring to bounties, the system that we referred to before. The actual CPMs are much lower, but everything else he said is true. So that's right. The primary way that all this is being funded is that Kick is literally paying for it, the platform. So the streaming platform Kick is quite literally paying for all of this. They are paying to the tune of actually millions of dollars a month to do this. Now, you might say, why? Do they really love their streamers so much that they just want to feature their broadcasters? Well, I mean, that's like
Docking
a part of it.
requested.
But there's a couple more interesting things that are going on. So let's talk about the Kick funnel and what is happening. Now, you astute observer, you deep analysis person, you may have noticed a particular line right here. Now, this is the public discoursing. This is the public Discord for the clipping. Like if you want to start with clipping, you come here. But what if you want to be one of these Kick clippers? Well, you have to get into the Kick specific program, and there is an application once you've been established to get into that. That's the funnel. So you start in the free place, and then you eventually get into these